wonderful Tuesday. It's a weather impact alert day here across East Tennessee as we are tracking a level 3 out of 5 risk in place here across East Tennessee. Level 2 for areas shaded in yellow and then level 3 for areas shaded in that brown color. One of the biggest concerns here locally going to be the opportunity for some damaging wind gusts. As we're putting your futurecast into motion, this is round number 1. This model does show most of these intense storms with this first initial round moving into parts of southeast Kentucky. Unfortunately, this is an area that was just recently hit by those devastating storms last Friday and into Saturday, and now models starting to become in more of an agreement with these strong storms potentially moving into the area late tonight and into the early hours of your Wednesday. We could be highlighting a very impactful system that's going to be moving into the area. We'll watch this for you as we go throughout the rest of the night, folks, but please have a way to receive weather notifications as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. By tonight, have your devices charged, batteries in place in case we do lose power. It is expected to be a very busy evening if these storms again continue to materialize. We're looking at temperatures today into the 80s, 70s for the rest of the week, 60s possible by Friday with a few more scattered showers into early next week. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. It's a weather impact alert day here across East Tennessee as we are tracking a level 3 out of 5 risk in place here across East Tennessee. Level 2 for areas shaded in yellow and then level 3 for areas shaded in that brown color. One of the biggest concerns here locally going to be the opportunity for some damaging wind gusts. As we're putting your futurecast into motion, this is round number 1. This model does show most of these intense storms with this first initial round moving into parts of southeast Kentucky. Unfortunately, this is an area that was just recently hit by those devastating storms last Friday and into Saturday, and now models starting to become in more of an agreement with these strong storms potentially moving into the area late tonight and into the early hours of your Wednesday. We could be highlighting a very impactful system that's going to be moving into the area. We'll watch this for you as we go throughout the rest of the night, folks, but please have a way to receive weather notifications as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. By tonight, have your devices charged, batteries in place in case we do lose power. It is expected to be a very busy evening if these storms again continue to materialize. We're looking at temperatures today into the 80s, 70s for the rest of the week, 60s possible by Friday with a few more scattered showers into early next week.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is now 2:35 on our Tuesday, and today is a weather impact alert day for the potential of strong to severe storms moving across our area. And it's going to kind of come in two rounds. We have the first round moving through the area right now, and then the second round is actually going to move through later this evening after probably around 8 p.m. or so. And it's that secondary round that we're most concerned about the potential of meeting that severe criteria with damaging winds, heavy rain, the potential of isolated tornadoes, and also some hail. So we need folks to stay alert and make sure you have multiple ways to receive those weather alerts and notifications so that if a warning is issued, you can be prepared to move to your safe place. Here's the big picture view of what we have going on across the area right now. We have two separate areas of thunderstorms that are developing across the region, and we, of course, are watching the one that's closer to home first. And then looking ahead, we're watching the secondary one that's back off to the west to be moving into our area a little bit later today. So that kind of gives you an idea of the big picture about what we have going on. This is the one that's closest to us. We'll get to that in 1 second. In fact, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning we're going to talk about. And then we have the severe thunderstorm or tornado watch, I should say, back off to our west, where our second round of storms will be developing a little bit later. But first, let's get back here close to home. We do have a tornado watch in effect for all these counties you see shaded in yellow right now, or excuse me, shaded in red right now. This is the tornado watch until 8 p.m. this evening. This is for round number 1 that's working its way across the area right now. And then we'll have likely another tornado watch issued that will cover more of our area and extend until later into the evening. Once that secondary round of storms is currently back near the Memphis area, develops and eventually moves into our region. So the Storm Prediction Center has our entire area highlighted for the potential of seeing strong to severe storms today. We have a level 2 risk where you see the yellow, a level 3 out of 5 risk where you see the brown. But in general, what this means is that everybody has a risk for seeing strong to severe storms today. And speaking of that, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that have now been issued for parts of our viewing area. So I'm going to head back over here to my monitor and get you some more details coming in as we take a closer look at these storms. So we're going to start by zooming in on the line here, starting with the storms down into, here we go, Cumberland County. So this is where we have the first severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. That is going to be for, actually it's just outside of Cumberland County. So that's actually going to be for parts of Anderson, Morgan, as well as Roane County, and this does include Knox County as well. And because of the rotation that's showing up within this storm, or within this cell, the National Weather Service has added the tornado possible tag. And that basically means that because we are seeing some of the rotation with that storm, it does have the possibility of producing a tornado, which is why the tornado watch is also in effect for our area, because we do have tornado, or should say we do have the correct conditions for rotation with any storms that do develop. So first, here's a look at the hail core that we have. This is where we could have possibly up to quarter-size hail with this storm as it is moving off to the northeast. Let me get you the details here in 1 second. All right, we have this storm moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Penny-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this particular cell. And of course, we also have the potential for seeing that broad rotation, which is what we are seeing. Oh, yep, right there in that last couple frames. You can kind of see that starting to pop up right in this particular area. That's where we're seeing the inbound winds in the brighter color right there going toward the radar, and the darker colors right there, the outbound. So that tells us that we've got that counterclockwise rotation, and that is going to be where we could have the possibility of the storm tightening up that rotation and possibly dropping a tornado. Now, at this point, the National Weather Service doesn't see that as a likely enough option to issue a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell that is moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. So that means it is going to be impacting areas near Norris Dam State Park, Norris, Coalfield, Andersonville, Pine Orchard, Oakdale, Clinton, Oliver Springs, Dearmond, and Rocky Top as well, just to name a few of the towns that are going to be in the path of that. That also may eventually impact Powell. This is lifting off to the northeast, so there's a chance that it goes north of there, but we are watching. This is our strongest cell right now, and why we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for these particular areas. Now we're going to go further back up to the north and check on our neighbors up in Kentucky, because this is where we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This also has the tornado possible tag added onto it, again, because we have that rotation going on in the atmosphere. So at any point, these storms can tighten up that rotation and potentially drop a tornado. So let's take a look at, do some investigating with these storms. Now, the National Weather Service in Jackson is the one that issued this warning that covers a very large portion of southeast Kentucky. In fact, it covers, for our viewing area, it covers parts of McCreary, Whitley, Laurel counties, as well as into Knox County in Kentucky at this point. It is past the Somerset area. It is going to be moving into London. So if you are in that area and you happen to be watching the stream right now, you need to take shelter in a sturdy, undamaged building, away from doors and windows, lowest level of your home. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it could produce up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and with the debris that's still on the ground from the tornadoes that came through late Friday night, this could be a problem. So in the areas around London and just outside of London that were damaged, the Sunshine Hills neighborhood in Laurel County, you need to be taking shelter, again, in an undamaged, sturdy building until this line of storms moves on through. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, but of course we are watching the velocity scans to see if there's any embedded little signs of rotation kind of mixed in there. None of them are tight enough for the National Weather Service to feel the need to issue a tornado warning at this point. But in addition to having the possibility of damaging winds, we also could be seeing a little bit of hail mixing in there as well. So either way, I think this view makes it a little easier to see. There's London, there's I-75 into North Corbin, following I-75 down into the Williamsburg area, up and down that I-75 corridor. You need to be moving to a safe place until this line of storms passes. And the line's going to hold together, so if you're in Knox County, Kentucky, you should be considering moving to your safe place. And if you're in Bell and Harlan counties, it's eventually going to get there to you too. So those are going to be the folks that need to be taking shelter there. We do have the possibility of some maybe up to 45-mile-per-hour gusts with the line that's in between the two warnings. So for parts of Scott County, all the way up and down the county and eastward into Campbell County, you're not technically in a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but that line it's frisky. So you could have some small hail mixed in there as well as possibly 45-mile-per-hour winds. And again, this whole line is pushing off to the east at about 35 miles per hour, and it is ramping up. We've had some sunshine today. We have the humid atmosphere, and that just kind of sets the stage for these storms to be moving into a favorable environment to continue to strengthen. Again, returning back to the severe thunderstorm warning that's in Tennessee, the core of that storm is currently moving right near the Oakdale area, just north of Harriman. And so this is a little bit north of Rockwood Mountain, but I do have a TDOT camera that's at the Rockwood Mountain area right now. And you can see the winds are kind of getting gusty now and then. Thankfully, there's not a ton of traffic on the road at this point. This is I-40 near Rockwood Mountain, just to the kind of the south of where the core of that cell is located. I don't actually have a camera that's in the path of that cell, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to show that to you right now. But again, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Morgan and northern Roane County into Anderson County, excuse me, and northern portions of Knox County. This is in effect until 3:30 p.m. for the potential of damaging winds, penny-sized hail, and possibly we're seeing some rotation with that cell, so we got to watch it very closely to see if it decides to tighten up that rotation and potentially maybe drop a tornado. We'll keep our eyes on it here, but again, that is why we do have the tornado watch in effect for the same counties that we're talking about being impacted here. And that's Todd Howell doing a mic check right now. He's probably going to be joining me on the stream, it sounds like, at this point. So there's your tornado watch. That's until 8 p.m. Let's take a look at our impacts for the rest of the night tonight. Damaging winds by far are the main concern. That is the highest likelihood of having impacts from anything with these storms. It's going to be from the potential of the damaging winds coming through. And the damaging wind threat is especially... Okay, we could hear him for a second, Tom, just so you know. His mic was up in here, so I'm not sure how we need to separate that, but just want to let you know. Folks, you're watching a stream, so we're kind of like, you know, we're spitballing here. You're watching live TV happening or live streaming happen. So these are the potential impacts here. The wind, again, our main concern. Isolated tornadoes are not out of the question as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening as well. And then we could have up to quarter size or possibly larger hail. These severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be very intense storms because of that wind damage potential. And as you saw with the severe thunderstorm warning that we do have, I'll go back to that in just a moment. These severe thunderstorms also could have rotation at any time with them. So what we need you to do is take the severe thunderstorm warnings just as seriously as you would take a tornado warning. So if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, you need to know where you would go. And the way to do that is to go to the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's great. That's definitely going to be where you want to go. If you don't have a basement, for example, my home is a slab. I don't have a basement to go below ground. You have to find an interior room away from doors and windows. Essentially, you want to put as many walls between you and the wind as you possibly can. If you've seen any of the coverage that we've been doing up in Kentucky from the tornadoes that came through Friday night, you may have noticed that in some cases there's debris that went through the walls, and that's why we try to put as, oh no. That is why we put as many, or we say to put as many walls between you and the wind as you possibly can, because the debris can come through your windows or possibly come through your walls and still impact you, even if you are inside. So a bathroom and interior closet, a great way to go for that. Now, Let's learn the difference real quick between a watch and a warning, because we have a tornado watch and then we have severe thunderstorm warnings. So watches, whether it be tornado or severe thunderstorm, mean that you need to be prepared to go to your safe place. You need to be prepared for whatever the type of weather is that could possibly impact you, because conditions are favorable for, in this case, rotating storms. And these watches can be issued up to 6 hours in advance of when the storms actually happen. So they're just kind of like your heads up, you need to be prepared. A warning means that you actually need to take action, and that's what we have going on right now with that severe thunderstorm warning. It's a warning, so folks need to take action and go to that safe place that we were just talking about, and you need to stay there until the storms have passed and it is safe for you to come back out. So that being said, let me get caught back up here because we're getting new alerts coming in right now. Oh, see, you'll love this. This is how this works. The tornado watch was actually just canceled for Cumberland and Fentress counties, because the line of storms that this was initially issued for has moved past. And that's how the Storm Prediction Center does this. They issue the tornado watch for the area that could possibly be impacted between now and 8 p.m., and then they chip away at it as the threat goes away. So the reason they issued this watch, this tornado watch, is because of that line that I was just talking about, that we were just showing you. This line of storms is moving through the area right now. So once this line passes, you get to take a break. And then we will have a little while before that secondary batch starts to develop a little bit later this evening. I'll get to your futurecast in just a minute. Things are just kind of like developing as we're here on this live stream right now. So again, we do have a couple different severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We're going to start with the severe thunderstorm warning down here in Tennessee. This is in effect for southern portions of Morgan County. The core of this storm right now is about to move. It's actually moving through the Oakdale area. And if you are in Coalfield and Oliver Springs, you need to be going to your safe place, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. We do have the potential for damaging winds with this core here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a tornado warning, because the velocities here are pretty bright and they seem to be intensifying a little bit. And actually right over the Oakdale area, that's a pretty tight couplet right there, where you see the blue and the green kind of together right over there, over Oakdale. Now that was just for one scan, and then the rotation broadened again. But this is why the National Weather Service has that tornado possible tag added to this cell, because we have that broad rotation showing up right there as the cell is moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So again, Coalfield, Oliver Springs, and areas a little bit south of there, you're going to want to take shelter until this cell passes. And we also have the hail potential here. They're saying penny size. This core looks like it could maybe get a little bit more than that here. This is a tall storm. It's a healthy storm. And that's what the vertically integrated liquid is telling us here. So if you are in the path of this storm, where the severe thunderstorm polygon has been issued, the storm is near Oakdale right now, and it's going to be moving toward Coalfield and eventually into the Oliver Springs area very shortly here. Oak Ridge, this is going to get close to you, but areas north of Oak Ridge, between Oliver Springs and Oak Ridge, are the ones that need to be prepared for the core of this cell to be moving. Excuse me. And then in the Clinton area, this is eventually going to get to you too, because the environment is favorable for the storm to be able to maintain itself, which is why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued such a broad severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect until 3:30 this afternoon. Now up in a little bit further north of there in Scott County, southern Scott County, south of the Norma area, we are also seeing some brighter winds starting to show up in there. We're seeing maybe some tiny hail possible, but this cell, although it's feisty, is staying below severe limits. You still could see possibly 40 to 45 mile per hour winds coming out of Scott County from the south of Norma over into the Clinchmore and Caryville areas very shortly, and eventually into La Follette. So heads up, you've got a strong storm moving in your direction here, and then up into southern Kentucky. Unfortunately, for the same areas that were impacted by the tornadoes on Friday night, where crews are still out trying to clean up, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect that does include up and down that I-75 corridor. So from McCreary County near the Pine Knot area, this is now past you. So that line is now past you, pretty much all of McCreary County. But Whitley County, it's moving into your area, and Laurel County, it's also moving into your location. So London and areas south of there between North Corbin and London. If you have friends and family that are up there cleaning up right now, give them a call and let them know. I mean, they know the storm is coming at this point. It's thundering, the skies are dark, it's raining. But the strongest winds and the most intense lightning are about to come through that area. Again, this is up and down that I-75 corridor near the London location. Folks out there doing their recovery and cleanup, please take shelter in a sturdy, undamaged building, lowest level if you can. to wait until the storm passes. This severe thunderstorm warning also has that tornado possible tag on it because, again, we have signs of rotation in the atmosphere right now. So that's why the National Weather Service is kind of adding that tag on there. I wouldn't be surprised if that cell that's south of Norma continues to strengthen as it gets into Campbell County. So again, Caravel and La Follette, you've got a strong storm that's moving in your area. You don't have a warning, but you're going to need to go ahead and probably go inside and take shelter until that line passes. You're going to want to do that anyway because this is a pretty strong storm that's going to be coming through there. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning in southern portions of Morgan County that does extend into northern Roane County, southern Anderson, and into northwestern portions of Knox County. The Futurecast, let's kind of walk you through what we're going to see for the rest of this evening. So this is round 1 that's coming through right now. Round 1 is going to continue working its way off to the northeast, and as soon as that line passes, as we've already seen, the Storm Prediction Center went ahead and dropped the tornado watch. I think no, that's a special weather statement. They dropped the tornado watch for Cumberland and Fentress counties, so we're going to see that tornado watch chipped away from west to east as this line moves through. So that's the good news there. As we go throughout the rest of this afternoon, we're probably going to get a decent break, maybe 1 or 2 little cells popping up here and there. But overall, I think we're going to have a decent break in the activity until we get to around 8 p.m. or so. I know this says 9 p.m., but this model's running about an hour behind with its timing. So I think by around 8 p.m. or so, we're going to start to see that line coming in from the west, impacting our plateau counties. And then it's going to continue eastward from there as we go throughout the evening hours, eventually reaching the Knoxville area by around, let's say, 10 to 11 p.m. and passing into our eastern counties by around 11 p.m. to midnight, and then still have maybe hanging around until 1 a.m. or so in our eastern counties, and then it's out of here. And into the day on Wednesday, we'll just have some lingering showers early in the day, and then we'll see those clearing out too as drier, cooler, more stable conditions move on in. So that's kind of what we're expecting for the rest of this evening. We have round 1 coming through right now, and then we have round 2 that's going to be more intense coming through tonight. If you were awake overnight on Friday night, you remember we had the tornadic cells come through first in southern Kentucky at around 11 p.m. or so. And then we had a little bit of a lull, and around 1 p.m. that line started to come in from the west and then swept across our whole area and then woke everybody up. This line later tonight is going to be similar to that situation. If you were not affected by the Friday night storms, congratulations, that's great news. I'm happy to hear that. You may not be in the same place for tonight as far as you may be one of the ones that is impacted by the storms that come through Friday night. So we want everybody to be safe and be prepared tonight as that line of storms actually moves through our area because we just want everybody to be prepared. These storms could pack a punch, and we just want you to be in your safe place away from doors and windows and just in the best position that you can be in as these strong storms move through. Again, this afternoon, we're tracking 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 for southern portions of Kentucky and 1 for southern Morgan and northern Roane County into parts of Anderson and Knox counties at this time. These cells do have the potential to be producing possibly some larger hail and some damaging winds, and they do have that tornado possible tag attached to them. So let's get our latest update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so remember I was telling you Coalfield? Hey, Coalfield, it's there. It is now in your area. Checking the rotation. The rotation is kind of going a little bit more due east. We're seeing here, and I'm seeing pockets of possibly damaging wind near, that says Clacks Gap School. Sometimes the system pulls up stuff that I have never seen before. So if Clacks Gap School is there, then you live near it, then you need to take shelter. If Clacks Gap School isn't still a school, I do apologize for the false information. Our system will sometimes pull up schools that are no longer in existence. So this is along 61. Let me redo that because our radar scan updated here, and I'm seeing some velocity indications possibly getting in that 60 to 65 mile per hour range right there, kind of along Tennessee 61 going up toward Oliver Springs here. So if you are near Blair Road, Bethel Valley Road, this is coming into Oak Ridge. So heads up, Oak Ridge. Go to your safe place. Take shelter in the lowest level of your home away from doors and windows. This is what I was saying earlier today. You got to take these severe thunderstorm warnings just as seriously as you would take the tornado warnings because 60 mile per hour winds, whether they're rotating or they're coming straight at you, can do damage. So if you're in the Oak Ridge area or between kind of Coalfield and Oak Ridge and just in general in that vicinity there, please take shelter. Please go to your safe place as this cell is Still showing broad signs of rotation, but it's also just showing a pretty decent indication that it could also be producing some wind damage as it's moving through here. Here, I'll do a little bit of a drawing to see if we can name some of those towns that are kind of in there on its way to Oak Ridge. It's actually moving a little bit faster than this, so don't worry about the times, but let's kind of focus on the names. And I'm going to pull this up so you can see it a little bit better here. So if you're near Jonesville, Orchard View, Kalida, Oak Hills Estates, Bately, Oak Ridge, Ridgeview Psychiatric Hospital, or Jackson Square and into the Scarborough areas, you are the ones that the storm is moving toward. You are the ones that need to take shelter in the lowest level of your home. North of this, we have a hail core. Where you see those bright pink colors right there, that's where we could be getting penny to maybe nickel. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some quarter-size hail mixed in there too. This is where we need to be paying attention for that potential. Coalfield, Oliver Springs. So I think we've gotten the point now. Oliver Springs, this is you. You need to be taking shelter for sure in the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Checking on some stuff because, of course, we're actually analyzing the storm as we, of course, are tracking it as well. Multitasking. That's what we're doing right now. Checking on a couple things here. I'm not seeing any damage reports coming in right now, so that is good news. No actual damage reports from either this cell or the line up in southern Kentucky. So again, there's your severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. It does have the tornado possible tag because of the potential rotation. A very feisty line of storms now moving into Campbell County, up and down the I-75 corridor. So if you are in Campbell County from near Caryville all the way up to Jellicoe, you could see wind gusts in the 40 to 45 mile per hour range up in that area. Let me see if I don't think we have any T-dots up in that area. Nope, we do not. Can't see those up there. I apologize. And then up into southern Kentucky, that is where we are thankfully seeing that line that is currently warned weakening. I'm not seeing nearly as much lightning associated with it. The velocity scans are coming down significantly. The VIL is not looking promising either. So that's good news. The severe thunderstorm warning may not be extended eastward into Bell and Harlan County and the rest of Knox County and Kentucky for this reason. So the storms in Kentucky look to be kind of tapering down a little bit. They're moving right over I-75, affecting the London and Sunshine Hills neighborhoods right now. Again, that line is kind of weakening a bit, so that's good news up there. In Kentucky, this is just very heavy rain, some gusty winds, and of course the lightning. Lightning is dangerous, whether it's a severe storm or not. And then we've got our severe warned storm down here still working its way into Oak Ridge and Oliver Springs. Those are the two towns I would say that need to be taking shelter in the path of this particular storm. So let's recap again for coming up for what we have going on right now. We have the tornado watch that's in effect for all of these counties that you see shaded in red, but they have removed Cumberland and Fentress counties from this watch. We'll likely see more of these counties trimmed as that line continues off to the northeast over the next 1 to 2 hours or so. Once this line moves away, then we're going to be focused. Wow. Okay, so now we have a tornado warning for the cell that has the rotation in Morgan County that we were just talking about. You know what's crazy? I don't think I've heard it go off like that before when my phone is on vibrate. So that was surprising that just happened. All right, so let's go back to it here. We have the tornado warning now in effect. So let me go back to that particular view right there. That is in effect now until 3:45 p.m. for Knox, Morgan, and Roane counties. This is a radar-indicated tornado moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Oliver Springs or Oak Ridge, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So here's what we're going to have to do because obviously we're working on this right now. So let me hold on one second. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get this tornado warning posted onto our social media accounts. Todd is currently on air at this time on WBIR TV. Of course, I'm on WBIR Plus and WBIR.com and on the WBIR app at this time. I believe he's going to take over that as well. So give me 1 second here to get in contact with my producer, and I can see real quick here. I think Todd might be coming over here. Is he coming over here or you're switching to him? Okay, so folks, we're going to switch over to Todd Howell so you can see his coverage, and I'm going to join him and we're going to work on this together here. So stay tuned for that. Tom, please let me know when that has happened, if you don't mind.
I'll read some more information on that in just a half second, but this is a tornado warning till 3:45 in Oliver Springs, Norwood Community, Oak Ridge, Jackson Square, Marlowe Community. This storm continues to track off to the east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. I mean, you can just see the look at all the lightning, the energy, and a lot of times when we have a tornadic thunderstorm like this one, there's a lot of positive lightning energy. That's what's showing up right here. So there's a high signal that this is, number one, it's got damage likely. Whether it's a tornado or not on the ground, can't confirm that just yet. But we do have now stronger wording from the National Weather Service. It's radar indicated. So we still are monitoring, tracking the storm, but it's got a strong possibility with rotation, and a tornado could be on the ground at any point in time. If it's not touching the ground, it's labeled as a funnel cloud. But that's the issue, what we're looking at. This severe storm is rotating. Damage and winds are likely, so you need to be in your safe place. Right now, Oliver Springs, Oak Ridge, Marlowe Community, Briceville, Medford, and again, some of the higher elevations in the Cumberland Mountains right here in Anderson County, damage and winds are likely for you. Just a lot of energy. It's a lot of focused energy, and a lot of times when severe thunderstorms, they grow, they develop, and then they bring all that wind energy down to the surface in a very short period of time. So that's likely what we're going to be seeing. Now, if this storm holds together, it will be tracking from Oak Ridge toward Clinton and maybe eventually toward Powell area. This tornado warning does come all the way into Knoxville up to Powell, just near Fountain City. Includes Fountain City. Matter of fact, this is Broadway right here. Includes Hall's Crossroads as well. And also, as I mentioned, up toward Clinton in northern Anderson County. So this is the tornado warning now. It was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier. Now it's a tornado warning that continues to track to the east-northeast, 35 miles per hour. So Oak Ridge, you need to be in your safe place right now. Let me go ahead and show you the different models here, and I'm going to go get some more information in a moment. Hail course not quite as intense as what it looked like earlier. And here's a look at the potential rotation. Again, this is broad rotation. And again, this is Doppler radar sampling the storm, looking at wind velocities and the particles in the atmosphere. So we're looking at broad rotation coming into Oak Ridge, but that could be tightening up. Matter of fact, a little bit of a bounded weak echo region right there. That's likely what tripped the Doppler radar, with a little bit of those inbound, outbound velocities tightening up. And a lot of times, again, it's science with the radar. When it gets a certain couplet that tightens up enough and that gate-to-gate shear, it triggers the Doppler radar, and that's when a tornado warning is issued. So pretty much, and there's of course manual intervention overriding that as well, but that's pretty much what's going on west of Oak Ridge. So again, this is a tornado warning till 3:45. Again, tornado emergency being issued by the National Weather Service, and as I mentioned, that's the very latest that's coming into right now from the National Weather Service office in Morristown. Again, this is a tornado warning that's continuing to track from Oliver Springs toward Oak Ridge right now, and Cassie in the Weather Center. Cass, if you'll we'll go ahead and do a track and kind of go through and get a little bit more detail with the heart of this storm and the core of this severe storm with rotation. It's radar indicated, but we've got Anderson, Knox, Morgan, and Roane counties, a tornado warning until 3:45. Severe thunderstorms, I do want to mention this, continue up into Kentucky. If you're watching us right now from Jellicoe, London, Corbin, Williamsburg, down toward Saxton and Siler, and continuing southward toward Habersham, coming out of Campbell County, eventually into Claiborne County, severe storms continue for you as well, from Anderson up into Campbell County on up into Whitley County, Kentucky, and Laurel County. So take cover. This is the tornado warning. This is the most significant storm if we have right now. We'll go ahead and do a track on this particular storm as we are monitoring, and this tornado warning coming from Oak Ridge right now. It's tracking to the east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. So Oak Ridge right now, Frost Bottom will be there in just a few moments, and it will continue to track on. There's Oak Ridge and Frost Bottom. So this is where the tornadic storm is right now. Again, and here's some of that information as far as with those communities that are being impacted as it is moving. You can see the red polygon box. These are the communities within that. So Oak Ridge right now, Frost Bottom, Solway, 10 minutes or less. And we're looking at the Sherwood Estates, Carnes, 15 minutes or less. So apologize, I should have mentioned you a moment ago. Carnes into the Powell area, obviously from Knox County, crossing over from High School in Claxton, and Solway, again from Oak Ridge, right across the Solway Bridge area, come into Oak Ridge Highway, and continuing, if it holds together, eventually toward Broad Acres in 20 minutes, Powell 21 minutes, and again Whispering Hills and Monta Vista Estates community there 29 minutes right now. So this is a look at the storm. Cassie, let me know if you're ready, and I'll send back to you for information from the National Weather Service. Again, the upgrade here now was for rotation. With that strong, severe storm, enough rotation that tornado warning was issued, and so this is now a tornado warning that does include Oak Ridge to Clinton, Briceville, Medford, Marlowe community, and this intense severe storm has damaging winds likely. A lot of times when we're talking about a severe thunderstorm with a possible tornado, I'll just go ahead and tell you that usually the format is very heavy rainfall and large hail. A lot of times the tornado is on the backside of the storm. And that's usually the progression of severe weather elements whenever there's a tornadic thunderstorm. It's usually on the southwest part of the storm. So when you're taking cover, you need to certainly be in the lowest floor of your sturdy home or building, and also be prepared to move indoors quickly as downstream from this storm as it continues to track off to the east-northeast. So Cassie's doing a track right now. You see where these brighter blue colors are right there. We'll just show you just the last few moments. Those are 60-mile-per-hour plus winds. So the potential right there is for some damaging winds into the Oak Ridge area. This is what we're seeing on our velocities. This is toward the radar. The radar's behind me, okay? So if you get the green and the bluish colors coming toward the radar, and if you have a little bit of the red or pink going away from the radar, that's the couplet. That's called a tornado vortex signature in a couplet, where you have winds going toward the radar and other winds going away from it. That is a cyclonic signature, and that's what we're looking at just to the west of Oak Ridge. Okay, Cassie Knowles in the Weather Center. Cassie, let me send it over to you for the latest information on this possible tornado that's into the Oak Ridge area right now. Cassie?
All right, so everybody in the Knoxville area probably just got the alert on their phone, the emergency alert. That is the emergency alert signal being sent out that there is a tornado warning that does include part of the Knoxville area. This is typical when we have a tornado warning that happens, so that doesn't make it any worse than any other tornado warning. We just so you know, for everybody who's at home going, oh my goodness, yes, that means that you do need to take shelter in the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. As Todd was just pointing out, we have that general broad rotation, but because the rotation is getting closer and closer to the radar, that generally indicates that it's lower and lower in the storm, because right now we're still pretty far away from the radar, but as it is getting closer to it and we're still seeing that strong rotation showing up, that indicates that maybe that rotation's happening lower and lower in the storm, and that means that the storm does have the potential to produce that tornado. So the tornado is possibly near the Oak Ridge area right now, and even if a tornado isn't actually being produced by this storm, damaging winds are still a possibility. So please take shelter in the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows if you are in that tornado warned polygon in the path of this cell. So this is going to be moving right over Oak Ridge Highway here. It's moving over it right now. It's going to be passing over the Bull Run steam plant. So if you're along Edgemore Road, you need to be taking shelter in the lowest level of your home. That eventually turns into Raccoon Valley Road. If you're along Raccoon Valley Road, up and down 25W, around Emory Road and northward in the Carnes area. Those are all areas that need to be taking shelter right now. Lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows, where the damaging wind, if it moves in your direction, or the tornado, cannot impact you. That's what we're seeing right now. And in addition to the possibility of the tornado, we're also seeing that hail core that's come down a little bit. So that's maybe an indication that the storm is weakening a little bit, that we're not seeing that bright pink color that we were just a little bit earlier. But I wouldn't be surprised if we also see some small hail with this storm as it passes through this particular region here. So let me kind of do a quick little overview again. There's our tornado warning where you see that polygon here. The storm is currently right near the Oak Ridge area, and it's moving east at about, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Thank you. So moving east at 35 miles per hour, and again, has the potential to produce a tornado because it is showing rotation, which is why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that tornado warning on this particular cell. So again, Oak Ridge into the Solway area, over into Carnes, eventually Powell, up and down Emory Road, Raccoon Valley Road, and eventually over to I-75 and along 25W. If I named a road that you are near or a town that you are close to, you need to take shelter now in the lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows, because we do have that radar indicated rotation showing up near the Oak Ridge area. At any point, the storm could tighten up and possibly produce a tornado, which is why we're on air right now, to keep everybody safe. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings up in southern Kentucky. It looks like the worst of the storm has now passed over the I-75 corridor, the areas that were impacted by the tornadoes on Friday night. The worst of that storm is moving through northern Knox County now. We do have, in Kentucky, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Bell County, north of the Pineville area. That is for the potential of damaging winds up in your area. Don't want to forget about y'all just because we have this tornado warning, but just wanted to touch on it real quick. I'll send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell at the weather wall for another update here.
All right, Cassie, thank you so much. Yes, those storms, we're at the wall now, continuing to track to the east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. The worst part of this line, the southern end, is a tornado warning that has been moving right over Oak Ridge. Now, again, we have radar indicated tornado warning, but enough clues and signs in the atmosphere of rotation that a tornado could be on the ground with little or no warning, maybe just off the ground. That's what you hope for. That's a funnel cloud. That's the difference in definition between a funnel cloud, not touching anything connected to the ground, and a tornado, obviously touching something on the ground. That could be the tips of the trees. That would qualify. It's got to be something on the ground. So we have a radar indicated tornado warning, but damaging winds, whether it's a tornado or a severe thunderstorm, either way, damaging winds appears likely from Oak Ridge to Clinton. That's why we're bringing you more of the extended coverage right now. Also, as you already know, look at the last week or so, right? The atmosphere's been waving a big flag and a clue that severe weather is more probable in this type of pattern of what we've been seeing. So that's why we want to make sure that you are safe, prepared, stay weather alert throughout the afternoon. We'll have another chance for severe storms into this evening. Matter of fact, this is the first line. We're actually going to get a several hours break. Just a quick note on that later on this afternoon and this evening, and then more a line of potentially damaging winds is possible later on tonight. So we'll focus on that later. This is the first wave. Damaging winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still broad rotation indicated from Oak Ridge and working its way towards Solway. So that's continuing to be a signal here that we're monitoring and tracking as those storms continue to move off to the east-northeast. We wear these little things and they pop out of your ear sometimes. But that's a look at that rotation that's coming from Oak Ridge and continuing to, if it holds together, matter of fact, there you go. So that's a little, see the red showing up here? That's a little bit more of a rotation signal, and that's why we continue to have that tornado warning that's continuing to move into the Knox County area shortly, coming across the Solway Bridge here in a moment, Edgemore Road, and continuing to move just by Oak Ridge now, and continuing to track along the turnpike, and also, again, as you go from Oak Ridge up toward Clinton, and continuing to move in your direction. Thank you, Cassie, for zooming on in. So Highway 95, yeah, here's a look at that broad rotation. This is just from the last few moments. Thank you, Cass. That's very good information. You can go back just the last few frames. You can kind of see how it's developing. Yeah, and you kind of see, it's like a lobe, isn't it? That's what it looks like, right? You got winds going away from radar on the north side, and winds toward the radar on the south side. It's like a little bit of an elongated lobe right now. The tighter, hopefully it doesn't happen, but the tighter this lobe or energy gets, the more compact it gets, the more defined that tornado circulation and the more of a likelihood that the tornado's on the ground. Now, unfortunately, of course, from Somerset to London, going back to late Friday night, yeah, that was unfortunate. That was a classic radar hook signature and even a bounded weak echo region. That was very defined, and there was little to no doubt that a tornado was on the ground, even what we call a debris ball signature. So we don't have that same type signature right now, but we do have rotation, and if it tightens up any, that's why we want you to be concerned. All that lingo just to say it's a potential severe storm with possible tornado and damaging winds from Oak Ridge and southwest of Clinton. This is the storm over Highway 95 that will continue to track. And again, there's Edgemore Road. I mentioned the Solway Bridge area just north of there. Again, Mountain Hill Lake area, Bull Run Steam Plant. Cassie mentioned that as some of those landmark features as you track, from Mountain Hill and going up just northeast of Oak Ridge toward Clinton area. So the very heavy rainfall, by the way, as well, but downpours and also damaging winds likely. Look at all the core of the lightning. Cassie Cassie showed you the hail core a moment ago. It was slightly less, and that is a little bit of a good sign, actually, because sometimes if those storms, we talked about this a moment ago, they grow, they mature, and then they collapse and literally come rushing down very quickly. That's when you can have all that wind energy coming down. But if we get the hail core that's starting to decrease a little bit, that can be a clue. But also a lot of times the storms, if you think of like a jellyfish, if you will, kind of pulsing up and down, that's a lot of times what severe storms do. They pulse up, they pulse down, they kind of oscillate, vacillate, if you will, back and forth, back and forth. So that's what we're looking at with that potential severe storm. It may just be cycling, and that's what a lot of times severe storms do. They cycle up and they cycle down. There's the latest update. Not much change in the hail core, thankfully, but still we could be at least looking at quarter to maybe penny-sized hail as now that storm continues to track to the east-northeast. It's 3:17 right now. The tornado warning is in place until 3:45. It does include Anderson, Knox counties. It also includes Roane County. Now, of course, moving into more of Anderson County, including Morgan County, but now we're focusing on Anderson into Knox County, and damaging winds where you see the brighter blue colors right here. That's winds that on our radar scale, estimates by Doppler radar of 60 miles per hour or greater. 58 mile per hour winds or higher are severe. And quarter-size hail or larger. If you take a coin, and by the way, if we happen to have hail and you can safely get that, always put a coin in your hand, the palm of your hand with the hail, and that will give us a good idea of the hail size. Thank you, Cass. There's the velocity. That confirms 62 mile per hour wind. So then when you see that lighter shade of blue, that's what we're looking at. That's kind of that lower threshold of severe winds. So if it's green, that's 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, et cetera, et cetera. So right up here, again, this is where we're seeing the Oliver Springs Highway, again, tracking up toward the Marlowe community, actually, excuse me, that's Marlowe community here, Oak Ridge Highway, Highway 95, I should say, excuse me, tracking up toward Clinton. And there's the Bull Run Steam Plant, again, and also Experiment Station. You got Solway School. Now, this database has a lot of older schools in there, so some of these, that may or may not be there right now. It's just a quick side note. But of course, this is going to be tracking toward the Bull Run Steam Plant, Solway area, Highway 95, Melton Hill, be in your safe place right now. Now, if you're in Carnes, again, of course, from Oak Ridge Highway to Carnes, you need to be in your safe place coming right down Highway 62 and Oak Ridge Highway from into the Carnes community. It's going to be in the Claxton High School area shortly. About to come up Clinton, the Clinton Highway, the big hill and all the curves. Yeah, here's Clinton Highway right here. So that's where that severe storm is right now, crawling up the hill and about to come down into Knox County. So Powell, Carnes, up toward Paulette, again, you need to be prepared to be in your safe place quickly. It's from Clinton to Oak Ridge right now. Very heavy rainfall, damaging winds. And by the way, if you can safely relay any storm damage reports to the Channel 10 newsrooms, news tips at WBIR.com. News tips at symbol WBIR.com. You can also upload storm pictures safely. We don't want you to be out in the heart of the storm right now, but safely upload your pictures, information on our 10 News app, and you can go do that as well. But if you relay that information to our newsroom safely, we can relay that to our viewers, because right now it's radar indicated. We've got storm spotters out there, the National Weather Service in Morristown, and everybody's monitoring, tracking the storm, seeing what type of damage it possibly could be producing. Hopefully, not too much. I'm certainly hoping for the best here, right? But we do have the potential for damaging winds as it continues to track this storm. Now, again, the National Weather Service has taken off Morgan and Roane County, so now we just have Anderson and Knox County in the tornado warning until 3:45, as it is tracking off to the east, slightly north of east, but pretty much east at 35 miles per hour. So Carnes on the southern end of this track, and again, the updated track is just north of Knoxville. It does include Fountain City into the Halls area. So Halls Crossroads right here, of course, Powell, Emory Road corridor, and again, Oak Ridge Highway from Oak Ridge to Carnes, Clinton Highway from Clinton to Powell, and also coming down eventually Interstate 75 coming out of Anderson County, Raccoon Valley Road, Paulette, and continuing down toward the Emory Road area. So these are the areas from Powell to Rocky Top. Again, all areas in between, That's the heart of the northern part of that storm. We have other severe storms that we've also been tracking up into Kentucky, and again continuing up into Campbell County. So don't want to forget about you that we are tracking those storms, but this is the strongest part of this line on the southern end, which incidentally a lot of times you may see that as well. The strongest wind energy is feeding into the southern part of this line. So this southernmost storm on this line is absorbing most of the wind energy. See how it's nothing south of it? Yeah, all the wind energy a lot of it is being absorbed within this storm right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning, we'll see if that has a tornado tag just popping up there. That still includes the Oak Ridge into the Powell and Carnes area as it tracks eastward. Thank you, Cassie, for winding out. We got that severe thunderstorm warning that's going to continue just east of London up into Knox County, Kentucky. Laurel County still has a tornado possible tag as there's some signs of rotation now passing by Corbin. The good news, Corbin and London, you have seen these storms moving past your area right now. So for folks up in the London, Kentucky area, back to Somerset, good news, this wave of storms has just passed you by. And so now you can continue, hopefully, the cleanup and restoration efforts after likely hunkering down for these storms. Notice this wavy line of storms. See that deeper red colors, though? Those are damaging wind gusts possible as they're moving through Whitley County, Kentucky, Knox County, Kentucky, into Bell County. So heads up, Middlesboro, Siler, also up into Barberville, Knox County, Kentucky, Whitley, and Bell counties, eventually moving toward Harlan County. You could see some damaging winds, large hail, tornado possible here. All right, Cass, let's go on back southward, back down into the northern half of East Tennessee and back down to that storm that's continued to make its way again into from Anderson County into Knox County. Again, that's the tornado warning radar indicated until 3:45. Again, the potential is there for possible tornadic winds. And of course, when you have a tornado, you have very localized damaging winds. Severe thunderstorms, though, can sometimes produce similar damage as tornadoes. So we want you to take the same heightened alert and awareness of that. Here's right now a look at our, I believe that's our Sharps Ridge tower cam. Yeah, and that's what we're looking at, this storm that's passing from Oak Ridge coming into West Knox County. And so you can kind of see, again, the sun being tucked behind. Wow, that's a good, better view right there. And there's a look at, you can kind of just see more of that, little bit of that broad anvil shape right here, the mature storm, a little bit of a lower hanging, perhaps rotating meso, what we call a lower wall cloud. So yeah, we've got some rotation that is likely going on with that as well, slowly rotating in a counterclockwise fashion. Thank you, Cassie, showing those different camera views. So this is what it looks like from Knoxville, downtown Knoxville, looking back generally due west into that storm that's crossing over the Anderson County into the Knox County line right now from Solway up to Claxton, having continued to move through Oak Ridge and Clinton. And here's kind of that rear flank of what we're looking at with the lower hanging cloud. Now, just a quick reminder, when we're looking at storm clouds, and whenever we're looking at storm clouds, you can have what's called scud clouds, a lower hanging appendage. That's not necessarily a funnel. Again, if you have a tornado or funnel, it's going to come out of the base of a deep, dark wall cloud, if you will, that's rotating, and it will be clear and obvious. So a lot of times if there's some other little scud cloud or appendage, that's what we call scud clouds. They're called tornado lookalikes, but they're not the actual funnel. Yeah. See, Cassie, do that again, pointing that out. Again, kind of a good point there. We're seeing this potential rotating wall cloud, and yeah, that's a little bit of a lower appendage. May just be some rotating winds. And tell you what, Cass, if you can, you're probably about to do it thinking the same thing. If you'll go on over to the camera view, yeah, and start zooming on into that and maybe pan over just to the right a little bit. Again, if you're just joining us, we are tracking a severe thunderstorm with a possible tornado that's coming out of Anderson County into Knox County from Oak Ridge toward Carnes, Solway, Claxton High School area. So along the Anderson-Knox County line, it's moving east at 35, could be impacting the Carnes and Powell areas. And damaging winds, again, whether it's a tornado or not, damaging winds are likely. So we'll continue to try to pan over, and we'll try to get a closer examination of that storm in just a moment. I know Cassie's doing great. Todd's impatient sometimes. There's a look at what we're seeing right now of that storm. That's from I believe that's from our Sharps Ridge tower camera as well. I mean, we'll zoom back out just a little bit, but this is the part of the severe storm that we're looking at that's continuing to track off to the east-northeast. So that's what we're looking at as far as on the tower camera right now, and continuing to see that storm that's coming into portions of Knox County. Again, we're looking pretty much due west. Here's the, thank you, Cass. Here's back to radar, and there's the core of that storm. As I mentioned, crossing over the Anderson-Knox County line. We still have that tornado warning for about 20 more minutes, just under that now, until 3:45. It is radar indicated. It is moving to the east-northeast. We have some potentially damaging winds right along the Anderson-Knox County line. And again, it looks like still broad rotation. I don't see a tight couplet, but we have broad rotation. But here's the humble reality. It doesn't take long for a tornado to tighten up potentially. So again, we have to play it on the safe side, if you will. Always better to be safe than sorry. And that's why we're just to be on the safe side, bringing you this long form coverage that we could still have some damage associated with this potential and possible tornado. And if it does happen to tighten up in a quick period of time, we just want to make sure and let you know that it's strengthening. So that's it's kind of in that in-between stage. It looks like a little bit right now, but it has the potential to tighten up a little bit. That's why we're just wanting to make sure you're safe and taken care of. Again, the atmosphere has waved a flag in recent days of being favorable conditions in the atmosphere, favorable for producing severe weather, including some tornadoes, as we know about from Somerset to London late Friday night. Of course, now that was an exceptional storm, a devastating tornado. So hopefully we're not looking at that right now, of course, in our area, but we have the potential for severe weather that's going to continue to be likely. And this is the first wave, by the way, and this is the strongest part of the storm, this tornado warning that continues just to the east of Oak Ridge now, of course, on Claxton and High School, making its way now northeast of Solway and crossing over the Anderson-Knox County line. So Clinton Highway, and continuing from crossing over from the Beaver Creek area, Bull Run Creek, will continue to track up to the east-northeast. So pretty much looking at the possibility, see these lighter shade of blue, this is some 60-mile-per-hour plus winds. So this could be tracking toward Powell and Broad Acres. I know, you've had your share of storms in recent years, right? Yep, among other places, of course. But this could be tracking, generally speaking, from around Claxton and continuing to work its way to the east, slightly north of east, toward Powell area. And this is the broad lobe of velocities that show some broad rotation, and Cassie did a great job a moment ago of showing us the view on our the tower camera and the downtown Knoxville camera of what that storm looks like visually, again from Knoxville. So here's our downtown Knoxville camera, back to our Sharps Ridge cam. Thank you, Cass. Thank you guys in the back. And this is what we're looking at. That's a pole. Wish it wasn't there because we can give them, but anyway, we can't see that right now, but that's what we're seeing as we look back at the storm. Again, you can kind of see just the brighter colors out there. It's a broadly rotating severe storm, may or may not be producing a tornado right now or a funnel cloud. We have radar indications right now. We don't have any ground truth reports on that. And if we do, we'll pass those on to you immediately. But that's why we're doing this long form coverage, is to make sure that, this tracking this storm, everybody's safe as this severe storm with a possible tornado moves through. It does have damaging winds likely, and may have some large hail. 60-mile-per-hour plus winds and quarter-size hail looks like those are the minimum thresholds that could be expected out of the storm. So we want you to be out of harm's way in your safe place, which is in the lowest floor of sturdy home or building, anytime we have severe weather, and wait till the storm passes. Again, if you're in your lowest floor, like in a small room, interior room, or like a bathroom, hallway, or closet, we are looking at, that you're going to be in good shape once that storm passes through. So, all right, let me send it over to Cassie now for more information. We're continuing to track this potential tornado. Cassie, I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Todd. And actually, we want to take this live camera view right now. One of our photographers is heading toward the Oak Ridge area. He is safe. He is frozen. That tells you how things go sometimes on live TV right there, but you got a glimpse of it. There it goes. Look at how heavy the rain is right now in between the different glitches that we're getting here on this camera. You can see visibility is reduced. You can see how the water is kind of splashing on the roadways as well. Make sure you have your headlights on, slow down and use that extra caution. And it looks like so far where he's going right now, I'm not seeing a ton of wind showing up in the trees. It's kind of difficult to kind of tell in relation to the movement of the vehicle right now, but that just gives you an idea of the torrential rain, maybe some tiny hail mixed in there near, like going toward the Oak Ridge area right here. And he is, again, just south of the core of that cell, and so he is safe. right now at this time while it's moving on. So we are continuing to track the storm. If you want to come back here to the Weather Center here, I'll take you through a couple things with the storm. So there's the very latest with that tornado warn storm. Again, that's why we are on live TV right now, keeping you up to date on this. The warning is in effect until 3:45 p.m. The good news with this cell is that we are seeing less and less lightning with the cell, and that tends to indicate that it may be coming down a little bit in intensity. Also, when we look at our VIL, our vertically integrated liquid, earlier this was a bright pink and purple, telling us that we had a very strong storm, a very tall storm that also could have had some hail mixed in with it. Also, with the reduction of the potential hail, that reduces the lightning because the hailstones aren't bumping together and causing the charges to take off. And as far as the velocity scans go too, the rotation is not nearly as tight as it was earlier. Todd's sneaking in to take a peek of the latest update right here. So looking at our velocity scans right here, the colors aren't as bright and the inbound and outbound winds are not as tight together anymore. So the warning is still in effect for another 15 minutes. But the good news here is that just generally analyzing the storm, it does appear that the storm is weakening, coming down in intensity, and the rotation is much broader, if almost hard to discern at this point. However, we are still seeing that very clearly defined rotating storm from our cameras here back from downtown and from our Sturkey camera. Look at this view from our downtown Sturkey cam right now. You can see the movement of the clouds in this direction as you get that counterclockwise motion of that supercell passing just to the north of the downtown area. As Todd was mentioning, we have these low-hanging clouds coming underneath. Those are called scud clouds. They're kind of debris clouds. They can look scary, but if they're not rotating, then it's not a funnel cloud. Nonetheless, because we do have this rotation in the atmosphere right now, we do have that tornado watch that is still in effect for all of the counties that you see shaded in red right here. This is still in effect until 8 p.m. I would not be surprised if we see the National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center start dropping these counties from west to east out of this tornado watch. Now later tonight, there may be another watch issued for our area, because if we look at the big picture of what we have going on, there are more storms that are back off to our west right now, and that's going to be our secondary round of severe weather that's going to come through a little bit later tonight. So let me get this to load here. There you can see. Okay, so here's what we have going on. We have our first line moving through right now with the tornado warned cell at the very tail of it near the Oak Ridge area, now moving kind of north toward Clinton at this point. We have another little batch of activity that's down to the south of Nashville, far southern Middle Tennessee right now. We'll have to watch that one to see if it can come northward onto the southern plateau or into our southern valley counties. But otherwise, it's all this development that's back along the Mississippi River right now. That's going to be the stuff we have to watch for later this afternoon. This line is going to congeal and eventually move in our direction, arriving into our plateau counties probably by around 8 p.m. That's the main line, but there could be some cells out before that gets here. And then that line will continue to push to the east from there. Yeah. So that's going to be our secondary, more widespread and I think more intense threat for severe weather. Right now, we're tracking more individual cells kind of along that line. Yeah. I hear you have an update about Anderson County. Yeah,
Anderson County school buses, thank you, Cass, right now are delayed. The children are safe. They're simply delaying, waiting for the storms to pass. So Anderson County school buses on a delayed route schedule right now because the storm's moving through, but the children are safe. They're just waiting for the storms to move by, not being out in harm's way. As soon as the storms continue to move east, those Anderson County buses will resume their schedule. So they're Anderson County buses. Children are safe. They're on a delayed schedule, waiting for the storms to move on through. Thank you, Cass.
So that is good news here. I am seeing Storm Prediction Center. Let me see what it's not updating yet. Let me look real quick what we just got here.
Yeah, while you're doing that, Cass, again, be prepared to certainly stay in your be in your safe place in the Powell area, and getting some other information. We're seeing still that broad rotation. Cassie mentioned a moment ago that thankfully it looked like some of the signals were starting to come down just a little bit, but this is what we're seeing in the Powell area. Well, yeah, actually, some of that rotating storm continue to come on in with potentially some damage, Cass.
We can go back to our photographer, David Rayburn. He has a driving shot right now. And can you, Leanne, tell me where he is? Okay, he's somewhere up near Oak Ridge at this point. He's clearly gotten out of the heavy rain. Yeah. You can see the roads are still wet at this point, and you can see all of the turbulence in the atmosphere north of him. But I'm assuming that he's probably driven past where the cell is. I think I know where he is, but I'm not 100%. He's going into Clinton.
Going into Clinton, okay. From Oak Ridge heading up to Clinton.
Okay, heading up to the, so he's on the backside of the storm. He's following the storm at this point, and we're not seeing any tree debris down on the roads or any kind of damage in this shot. So that looks like, that's a good sign. As we've been saying, it's kind of indicating that the cell may be weakening at this point. The National Weather Service still has that warning in effect until 3:45, and the cell is actually getting very close to the eastern periphery of that cell. If they were going to extend that warning, I think they would have by now. Yeah,
I think so too. I think we're all looking at the same information. And real quick, that's David Rayborn, our photographer shot. It's for a humble reminder though, as we are going to safely track these storms. David was going around the storm and coming in once the storm had already passed. So it's not like you may see on YouTube some storm chasers. We're going to penetrate the core. No, we're not doing that. Okay, we're not going into the heart of the storm, putting anybody in harm's way. So safely tracking the storms. David's going to go and check and see if there's any damage reports, Cass.
So it looks like the National Weather Service now is going to allow this tornado warning to expire coming up here in a minute. And instead, they're now labeling this as a strong thunderstorm could impact northern Anderson County, Granger, Jefferson, Knox, and Union. So here's what they've done. They're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. And because the storm has weakened, they're not going to continue a severe thunderstorm warning either out ahead of it. Instead, what they're doing is issuing a special weather statement. And I'm going to bring that up here so you can see it a little bit more clearly.
You got it. And we got a new watch that's been issued till 10, so we'll get that.
I think that might not be...
It's Cumberland.
Okay, so I'm seeing also a report of near Oliver Springs. Severe thunderstorm damage. We do have some power lines being reported down near Lookout Avenue in the Oliver Springs area. And where you see those tan boxes that I just brought up right there along the line, that is the National Weather Service's way of saying it's not strong enough to issue a warning, but it still could pack a punch when it comes through. So those tan boxes indicate where we could have up to 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe some tiny hail mixed in there as this line continues off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour.
You want to see the tan. And
tan is a good thing.
Tan's a good thing. You don't want to see the red. You don't want to see the purple. But anyway, here's what we're looking at. Yeah, there's a look at thank you, Cass. That's a new watch that's been issued. That's going to include, it's going to also include Cumberland and then exactly right there. That's going to be until 10 p.m. Let me see if that's Central Daylight Time. I believe it is.
Yes.
Yeah. So 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Crossville and Jamestown, for Cumberland and Fentress counties, and also includes White County, also Putnam, up toward Overton, and also Pickett counties, just on the other side of the plateau.
So that's actually part of a new tornado watch that was issued for all of Middle Tennessee. That's in anticipation of that secondary line that I was pointing out to you. So you can kind of see the outline. I'll try to get my little cursor up right here. You can see the outline right there at Cumberland and Fentress County, and then follow that dark line back down right there. That's where that new tornado watch is issued for Middle Tennessee, and then that does include Cumberland and Fentress counties. So what I think is going to happen from here is that the current tornado watch is until 8 p.m. for our East Tennessee counties, and our Southeast Kentucky counties will gradually be dropped from west to east. That will not be in effect probably until 8 p.m. And then later tonight, when the threat starts to become a little bit more imminent, a new tornado watch will likely be issued for the rest of our area. Right now, we're watching storms that are developing in Middle Tennessee. You can see that one tornado warned cell right there, kind of to the southwest of Manchester.
Look at that, just kind of those are the ones you got to watch out for, those isolated ones. And real quick, Cass, the tornado warning has officially expired for Anderson, Knox County as of 2 minutes ago.
I think they're going to let it expire.
They're going to let it expire. Yeah, exactly.
Confusing wording with the National Weather Service sometimes between canceled or expired. Yeah, so looking back to the west here, we do have that new line, or I should say new thunderstorms developing. That's going to be our next round of severe weather. So while we're still in this coverage, I want to give you a heads up. The tornado warning, as Todd just said, is coming to an end that we have issued. We do not have other severe thunderstorm warnings in our viewing area other than just barely clipping Knox County and Kentucky and Bell County. But back off to the west, those thunderstorms that are developing to the west of Nashville and along the Mississippi River and west of Memphis, that's our next round of storms. Is going to be arriving later tonight.
Yeah, got a lot of yellow boxes, some polygons, so some severe weather. Leanne Bowman, our producer, thank you, Leanne, doing great coverage today and keeping us informed, reporting that good news, Oak Ridge has no damage right now, no injuries, no damage being reported as of right now, as far as widespread damage. So that's some good news, as this storm went right over Oak Ridge and is continuing to move off to the east-northeast. So that tornado warning being allowed to expire, as Cassie said, now being replaced by a strong thunderstorm with less winds in general. Still an impactful storm, and further up to the north, we're still looking at some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for parts of Kentucky. So if you're watching us from Middlesboro and continuing up toward Barberville in Kentucky, and eventually over toward Harlan, Kaywood, and continuing from Bell into Harlan counties, you got some impactful storms. And you can see these are strong coming through Claiborne County, Union County, against Sharps Chapel and Maynardville. Okay, we've got some viewer video that's just coming in, and Leanne, if you'll tell us where this is from. I almost thought I recognized that at first. Is that the Powell area?
I think that's Hardin Valley.
That's what I get for guessing. That's Hardin Valley, Cass.
Is that Cumberland Road, maybe? Right there, the shopping center that's right there?
Yep.
Hardin Valley, that's good enough. I think Double Dogs is right in that shopping center.
Yeah, okay.
Notice I would know where the mac and cheese place.
Eating there, yeah.
Double Dogs.
Good place. That's Hardin Valley. There's a look at those storm clouds. They've moved on through the Hardin Valley area, but you can kind of see the sun's coming back out. See the wind kind of whip around on some of the trees there. But this is the backside of that severe storm. Again, the whole time we were tracking, it had a possible tornado with some broader rotation. So far, Cassie, you did mention Oliver Springs. Lookout Avenue had reports of
some down power
lines down at Lookout Avenue and Oliver Springs. So that is some damage. Technically, that part, Oliver Springs and Roane County. So far, some good news coming out of Oak Ridge. No major damage or injuries reported there.
All right, and so let's go ahead and kind of wrap up our coverage on TV since the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Would you like us to keep going?
Yeah.
Keep going? Okay, we're going to continue our coverage here.
Yeah.
Our newscast begins for 10 About Town coming up at 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and let me show you something that we have going on right now as well from one of our cameras here. We have very heavy rain from our tower camera at this point right here. So what you're looking at is from Sharps Ridge, which is just north of Knoxville. This is looking kind of off to the north from there, and you can see that batch of very heavy rain kind of moving from left to right across your screen right there. That may include some tiny hail in there. Sometimes when you can see it that clearly, it might have some tiny hail mixed in, and you can see the camera kind of bouncing around and vibrating a little bit here. This is because it's getting windy on the outskirts of that cell, and it's just now reaching the Knoxville area, the outflow from that particular area. Looks like we may have an update from the National Weather. We'll see here. This tornado warning is going to get out of our system here in about 1 minute. So please understand that the cell has moved out of the warned area. The tornado warning has been allowed to be expired here. The lightning has come down, and that of course is good news, though these storms could still create some pretty gusty winds and maybe some tiny hail as they move off to the east.
Very good, Cassie. Thank you. That is some good news. Leanne Bowman also relaying to me the information that Knox County school buses also on a delayed schedule, holding the kids and waiting to get those buses to the kids safely delivered to their destination, and they're on the delayed schedule right now. So Knox County school buses are on a delayed schedule. Kids are safe, and they're just waiting for the storms that are passing through North Knox County right now, from passing out of Powell into the Halls area, up toward Corrington, Gibbs area, and basically from Emory Road, Tazewell Pike corridor, and up into the northern sections of Knox County. Again, still some impactful storms. Cassie, as you mentioned, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, to go away here in a moment. It should go away, let's see, right there. You know what?
Our system is a minute behind.
It's about, I noticed that the other day, it's like 30 seconds behind. It'll go away
it's okay.
in a few seconds.
Clocks.
Anyway, it's 3:45, so it is officially going to go away here in just a moment. You'll see that pop off there. But that strong storm is continuing to track across northern Knox County. Still impactful. Could have some 40-mile-per-hour plus winds and maybe some small hail. We'll look at the potential on the hail as far as that goes. I don't think it's any large hail to worry about, but still.
Maybe some pea-size.
Yeah, exactly. Below severe size hail. Thank you, Cass. And you can kind of see that hail that extends up to the north. It's below severe levels. And it looks like the winds have continued to drop on down and just below severe levels as far as the velocities. Again, we talked about this a moment ago, and as far as those wind velocities, again, where you see the lighter shade of blue, that's when a lot of times we have that, severe wind. So where we see the lighter green, that could still be some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds possible across north of Knoxville from Fountain City to Halls and continue to track off to the east-northeast. But thankfully, it looks like even as far as the wind velocities continuing to track on down. So there.
Hallelujah.
There you go. So finally that
gone.
went away and continuing.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a look at our TDOT camera at I-40 in Pellissippi. You can see the traffic is backed up right now. I mean, this is normal to start happening later in the day, but it's a little early to start to see rush hour traffic at this time. I think, folks, there may be some incidents. We just have that extra volume showing up at I-40 and Pellissippi. I'm checking kind of the other roads. It looks like there is a little bit of extra traffic right now on Edgemore Road up near Hall Ridge Park. Up near the Bull Run fossil plant, that's where we're seeing a little bit of extra traffic up there. That's where that storm went through. So there might be some small down trees or something in that area. But again, no major concerns from that particular cell. And just in general, up I-75, we're seeing some extra volume near the Emory Road area as well. And up near Halls, we're seeing a little bit of extra volume on some of our roadways too. So just slow down and use that extra caution if you do encounter any of those wet roads that we have now as that cell has moved on through the area at this point. Yeah,
very good, Cass. And to your point, there is an incident 640 that is on 640 westbound. Try to get that back up there. It's an incident again showing up right here, that multi-vehicle crash exit 441 on Broadway. So 640 at Broadway westbound. That's a look at that particular accident that's on the interstates as far as that goes. But yeah, hopefully folks are having a good, safe afternoon and continuing to take care of those storms. Take care as these storms are tracking through the region.
When we're not on camera, Todd and I communicate with hand signals. And that was one of my hand signals. I was trying to go, ooh, I have something to show you. So let me show you. So we have our special weather statements and our severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for parts of Bell County up in Kentucky at this point. There is still a tornado possible tag along that cell because there is still some broad rotation showing up there, just like the cell that we had near the Oak Ridge area earlier. It may not actually end up producing a tornado, but it does indicate with that severe thunderstorm warning that there is some rotation and it needs to be watched very closely. Further down, we have the special weather statements where you see the boxes in tan, just kind of following along that line from northern Knox County up into Union and Claiborne counties. This is going to continue to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour, eventually getting into Jefferson County and into Granger, as well as eastern portions of Claiborne County near Tazewell, and eventually into Hancock and Hawkins counties. So at this point, I think we're going to stay below severe limits with these storms, with some tiny hail and some gusty winds are a possibility. Let's reset here before we get into our newscast coming up in a little bit. For Morgan and Scott County and southeast Kentucky, the tornado watch is in effect until 8 p.m. For Fentress and Cumberland County, the tornado watch is now in effect until 10 p.m. Central Time tonight, in anticipation of another round of storms that's going to come in later today. The Storm Prediction Center has highlighted our entire viewing area for the potential of seeing severe storms. And I know this first line may have come through and you might be like, well, that was not that exciting. You're right. This is for what's going to come through later tonight. And what you're seeing on your screen is a level 2 out of 5 risk where you see the yellow color, and a level 3 out of 5 risk where you see the brown. What this means is that everybody is highlighted for the potential of seeing those severe storms coming in later tonight. Timing-wise, that's probably around or after 8 p.m. for our plateau counties, and then later than that as that line progresses to the east. Our main concern today is for the threat of damaging winds. Where you see that bright fuchsia color for areas kind of I-75 and westward, that is a high risk of seeing damaging winds from the storms that are expected to develop and move into our area later tonight. Just like on Friday, there's a lot of wind energy, and by the time those storms get here, that wind is going to be brought down to the surface. Winds of 60 miles per hour or greater, which is the criteria for severe storms, are definitely strong enough to knock down trees, knock down power lines, and cause power outages. So our recommendation for the rest of this evening would be to go ahead and charge your devices and be prepared for when those storms are going to come through later today. We also have the potential of more isolated tornadoes later tonight and flooding rains.
Yeah, and Cassie, while we're on this map, there's a great point. Notice that gradient. So you have the highest wind risk certainly off the plateau into the western valley, and then kind of that medium risk coming right through the Knoxville area, but then somewhat of a lower risk as far as the percentage chances, 15% in yellow for far eastern areas. And so the spirit of what is shown here, and it kind of matches up with that enhanced risk versus elevated risk, where all have a risk for damaging winds, severe weather. All modes of severe weather are still possible, but the greatest, the highest risk, just for what we're showing here, is particularly for the Cumberland Plateau into the western and central valley as we go into this evening. Yeah, this first wave of storms kind of making their way on through the region, and then, as you said, Cassie, the next round of those strong to severe storms will continue to be coming in as we get into later on this evening. So that's what we're looking at for the potential for some of those stronger storms. So right now, those storms are firing up in parts of West Tennessee, coming into portions of Middle Tennessee now. Watching that one rogue storm south of Nashville, just north of the Alabama state line into Tennessee. So that's a tornado warning. There you got Memphis coming across, about to come over the Mississippi River there, tornado warning there. But got a line of those storms. Those are the ones that we're going to have to watch, as Cassie mentioned a moment ago, coming into this evening. So it's kind of almost a two-parter, but multiple rounds of severe weather. We've had round one that's moving through now, and there you go, Cass. Yeah, then we're going to take those storms that are in our area now. So we got a little bit of a break into this evening, small break.
A couple storms could pop up during the quote break.
Yeah,
but this is the main
We can
line.
eat dinner, but then hopefully, yeah. And then later this evening, between 8 p.m. to midnight, roughly. Those storms, there's 11:30, there's midnight, and maybe just after midnight into eastern areas. That's the timeline of those severe storms for this evening.
So that's round two. So we don't want folks to let your guard down after this first little batch came through and a lot of it missed a good portion of our viewing area. So we have that secondary line that's going to come through, arriving into our plateau counties by around 8 p.m., into the Knoxville area by around 10 to 11, let's say, and then east of there by then. That timing can fluctuate. But just like on Friday night, we have the initial cells before it, and then we have the main line that comes through after. Unlike Friday night, we don't expect this to be an overnight event. These storms should be out of here by around 1 a.m. or so. Until then, we need folks to be paying attention to the weather. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive weather alerts and notifications. Make sure that you have backup versions. The NOAA weather radios are the best way to do that. I know there have been rumors floating around that our NOAA weather radios are not working. In our viewing area, they are. The coverage area of the National Weather Service in Morristown and the National Weather Service in Jackson are working just fine. In Cumberland and Fenchurch counties, you might see some disruptions from the transmitters because the Nashville National Weather Service office is unable. They're doing an upgrade right now to their equipment, so their weather radios are not working. But in our viewing area, they are. So use your NOAA weather radios. Then download the WBIR app. It's free. Turn on the notifications, and of course have the emergency alerts turned on your cell phone as well. And that'll give you 3 ways to get those alerts if a warning is issued.
That's great info. And it's always best. The key, what we try to stress, is don't check out, check in. Stay weather alert, check back in for updates as you're going about your afternoon and evening. Coming up in less than about 4 minutes from right now, 10 About Town is going to start. So our 4 o'clock broadcast coming up in just a few moments, and we're going to continue there until the start of the show, and then we'll pick it up there for the latest news of the day. We're going to reset, look at the latest storms. But as Cass, as you mentioned, round one kind of moving through this afternoon. That next round, we got a few hours break, but round two with probably a likelihood for some damaged winds. A lot of it's going to depend on, we're going to reset and check out the very latest models and guidance. How much heating destabilization are we going to be able to get after this first round? These have moved through fairly quickly, and so we maybe take that full in a moment and show that on our Sharpshire's tower cam, and that's there's kind of the
maybe.
It's
a little wild sometimes.
Looking at some breaks in the clouds. We'll show you that Sharpshire's tower camera coming up right now. But if we get some heating, get some of that destabilization, that's going to enable that second line to potentially be pretty strong. A lot of times, if you get the first round and you get cooled down sufficiently, it takes the punch away. As you know, you've seen this happen over and over. But that can take the punch away from future storms. But if you get storms, they move out, you recover, the atmosphere recovers, sun comes back out. out, you heat back up, then you can still see the potential for more storminess, and that's what we'll have to be monitoring as well. But that's what we're looking at. You're looking live down the ridge. This is our Sharps Ridge Tower camera as those storms continue now track to the east of Knoxville and moving their way and across northeast Knox County, coming from Union, northeast Knox, also into portions of Granger and Jefferson counties here shortly. Again, they're not currently severe. They're strong. And thank you, Cass. That's what we're looking at. Corrington, Gibbs area, Tazewell Pike, Emory Road corridor, still some torrential rainfall. And a humble reminder, hopefully they're going to zoom in a moment, but Knox County buses were on a delayed schedule and holding the kids for the time being until it's safe to transport the kids safely to the bus stops, the pickups, et cetera. So they'll resume that schedule just as quickly as they can, obviously. So parents, if you're watching, they're on a delayed schedule. Hang tight, sit tight. They'll be there shortly. The tornado warning has expired. The severe thunderstorm warnings have expired, and hopefully that's a good sign of these storms as they've weakened just a little bit. They're still impactful, but just to err on the side of caution, Knox County school buses on a delayed schedule. Hopefully they'll resume here shortly.
So this is actually kind of interesting. I'm going to pull up our Douglas Lake camera here for you in just a second. So let me kind of put this into play for you, or kind of set this up for you here. So there's the line that's moving off to the northeast. So this is going to be moving to the north of the Dandridge area. But when that heavy rain comes down, it pushes the air out of the way. So you end up with this outflow boundary, and also brings cooler air down from up in the mid-levels.
Cool shelf cloud sometimes. You can kind of see that for me.
Wow, Todd, that's interesting that you mentioned that, because there's a shelf cloud.
I got a sneak peek when you were showing that. There it is. A little bit of a...
There's the shelfie.
People sometimes take a picture in front of it and call it a shelfie. That's right.
So that's a shelf cloud that's coming across Douglas Lake.
Don't be in harm's way, by the way. We don't want you to do that.
No, this is a shelf cloud, though, that's coming across Douglas Lake right now. You can see it kind of right there. It's moving eastward here. And you know what, guys? We are about to start our 10 About Town newscast here coming up in just a moment. So we are going to get ready, get set, as we are staying on WBIR. I'm not sure what our countdown is. It's 30 seconds.
We got 30 seconds.
We got 30 seconds. So anyway, there's a shelf cloud on Douglas Lake right now. That's the outflow boundary. It's going to get breezy and cool across Douglas Lake. But then we are going to see the conditions kind of clear out a little bit, and we'll have a break before our next round of storms moves in later tonight. Okay, Cassie, thank you for your coverage. Good job. Hope you're having a good, safe rest of your Tuesday. Stay with us. Coming up in less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 About Town. It's about to start. Brittany Bailey is over there standing by. 4,
Cassie's got your countdown.
2,
we'll see you back
10
in a
About
second.
Town.
Ten News is sponsored by Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 About Town on WBIR starts now.
All righty, good afternoon. We do have a weather impact alert that is continuing. We've been bringing you long-form coverage. Had a tornado warning earlier. That storm has expired. The good news, severe storms have lessened a little bit. We have strong thunderstorms, no current severe thunderstorm warnings in East Tennessee. Still some impactful storms that are making their way across upper East Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia. So we'll be right back with an updated look at radar, your futurecast, and more potential severe storms moving back in this evening. Stay with us.
And we agree the conditions are so bad, we're working on an evacuation plan for these two hard-hit neighborhoods.
And more storms are barreling towards southeast Kentucky, and officials say flying debris could be deadly. So we have that urgent warning from Kentucky's governor. Hello, everyone, and thanks so much for being with us for 10 About Town. I'm Brittany Bailey. As you know, today is a weather impact alert day. We are looking at those strong storms that have already moved through our region and more on the way tonight as we give you a live look outside from our Sharps Ridge Tower camera. Again, we have seen those strong storms already build in our area. We've learned that both Anderson and Knox County school students may be delayed getting home because officials don't want to have those school buses out on the roads right now. So they're holding off on that until we're out of the storm, so to speak. And we've just heard about some storm damage in Roane County right now, trees down in the Blair community. So we are making some calls to gather more reports to find out where that damage is. Of course, as we learn that information, we will pass it along to you. But let's get to our forecast now and check in with Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell.
All right, Brittany Bailey, thank you so much. Cassie Nall with me in the Channel 10 Weather Center. And here's what we're doing. We're tracking these storms. Thankfully, the severe storms earlier, even a possible tornado that was coming out of Morgan, Roane, into parts of Anderson, Knox counties, that expired earlier, back at 3:45, actually just before. And the storms have weakened a little bit. But if you're just now joining us, 4 o'clock, good afternoon. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. This is the first wave of storms that's been moving across the plateau into our region. So instead of severe thunderstorm warnings, those have been replaced here in East Tennessee, at least, with the beige box, and that is the indicator for strong thunderstorms. Where you see yellow, that's severe thunderstorm warning. If you see red or purple, that's a tornado warning. So we do have a yellow severe thunderstorm warning up in Kentucky. More on that in a moment. From Maynardville to Tazewell and coming around Corryton in northeast Knox County, this is moving toward Plainview and Blaine and parts of Union County into Granger County, and this storm will be tracking out of Knox into Granger County right up Clinch Mountain. So if you're watching us from Joppa, Washburn, and continue to track up toward Thornhill and working its way along particularly the south side of Clinch Mountain, eventually toward Bean Station and Rutledge and the Cherokee Lake area, and also northern Jefferson County. So from Jefferson City to Morristown up 11E and also coming back down 11W, 11E, 11W, this storm is going to be impacting you. It's a strong thunderstorm. Now we have a tornado watch that will continue to be in place for northern areas, Kentucky and Virginia until 8 p.m. So we have actually 2 watches to talk about. One watch is in place until 8 p.m. A new watch that will include Jamestown and Crossville, Fentress County, and Cumberland County. This is going to be in place until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 11 p.m. Eastern so far. So we have this first wave of storms responsible for this first tornado watch. Notice where it's located across northern parts of East Tennessee up into Kentucky and Virginia. We'll continue to track those storms. That's with this first line. Thank you, Cass. Good timing there. That's what we're seeing as far as those storms tracking to the east. We'll have here's our break for a few hours, short break, but a little bit of a break coming late afternoon into early evening. And then here's the reason for that second tornado watch for the plateau. New severe thunderstorm warnings, and even a few tornado warnings into the Memphis area. This is a line that's going to be moving in later on this evening. So, Cass, let's show a quick view of the future cast, maybe timeline, as far as the expectations going forward. Again, we'll have a little bit of a break just for a few hours once this first line moves through. Not much. Again, a few spotty, strong storms still possible. There, Cassie's showing that right there. Between about 8 p.m. to midnight, maybe more specifically about 9 p.m. to just after midnight, 1 a.m. into our eastern areas. So later this evening, that's when we could see that line of potentially damage and winds. So broadly speaking, from about 8 p.m. to just after midnight, that's a new line of potentially damage and winds. Main threat, isolated tornadoes possible, very heavy rainfall, and maybe some more hail. Good news, into tomorrow, a cooler, drier day with temperatures in the 70s. We could use a break, couldn't we? And hopefully we'll continue to get that later this week. Let's talk about traffic conditions right now. Had some slowdowns up Interstate 75. Not too bad out west. There was an accident earlier at 640 westbound in Broadway. That has since been cleared up. Good news there. And there's a little bit of a slowdowns, not quite stop and go out west. We take you 640 at Broadway. Again, we were looking at that accident earlier. That's been cleared up. And for a Tuesday afternoon, this is pretty typical. Again, this is Interstate 40 looking eastbound toward Pellissippi. The heart of those storms tracking just to the north of Knoxville a little while ago this afternoon. All right, Brittany, we'll send it back to you.
Todd, thank you so much. And you can also track those storms yourself as they move through our area. All you need to do is download our free 10 News app. You can scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to the App Store where you can download it. And once you're in the app, tap on weather at the bottom of the screen and you'll get that live interactive radar. And if those storms get bad enough, of course, we will stream live on our WBIR Plus app, which is free to download on your smart TV. Well, the storm moved through Knoxville just a little while ago and
and only one severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our area. We do expect to see that activity ramp back up a little bit later this evening, and we don't want folks to be caught off guard by going to bed tonight because a lot of this is going to happen after dark. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive those weather alerts and notifications. the kind that can wake you up in case you choose to go to bed or you're away from your TV screen. With that, I'll send it over to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe for more on that threat that we're expecting later this evening.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Cassie. Now, here's what we're looking at. Most of Tennessee under a level 3 out of 5 enhanced severe weather risk for likely severe weather. That extends up for most of Kentucky, actually, and a good portion of northern half of Mississippi, Alabama, and a sliver of northwest Georgia. So zooming on in, again, from Crossville through the Central Valley, including Knoxville, we have a level 3 out of 5. That means severe weather is likely. Now, that's incorporating through today and through this evening. That included the first round, which we did have some severe storms. It also includes this next round, which is likely this evening. Broadly speaking, anytime after about 7 to 8 p.m. through midnight. So we're going to see evening storms that are right now located back in West Tennessee. And look at those storms. Boy, look at the lightning firing up just west of Nashville. Have family in the Nashville area. I'll be talking to them shortly. Tornado warning that could be coming into the Brentwood, Franklin area, just south of Nashville. So if you have family and friends there, I'm sure they know about it and they're sheltering in place. But some significant storms in the Nashville area. Keeping an eye on this tornado warning and the other side of the plateau. Here's a look at our round 1 of storms. Cassie mentioned that severe thunderstorm warning that continues till 5:15 for Hamblen County. Now, here's an update. The tornado watch that was for earlier areas till 8 p.m., it's been allowed to expire early because that first round has already moved through. You're still seeing some impactful storms Morristown to Rogersville, so you'll still have this tornado watch technically until 8 p.m., likely canceled early. The next round of severe weather that's west of Nashville now, but moving our way, tornado watch has been issued for Jamestown and Crossville until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll have to keep you updated if any more watches are issued eastward after that. Flood watch until 2 a.m. for Kentucky. So here's the look at the big picture. And again, zooming on in, we'll talk about our future cast. We've got a little bit of a break coming up over the next few hours, but then anytime after about 7 to 8 p.m., here's 10 p.m. tonight, those storms moving off the plateau into the valley. Once we get past midnight, those storms will be moving out, improving weather once we get into your Wednesday. Once those storms move out after midnight tonight, we'll be here throughout the evening, keeping you updated for that potential damage and wind threat. The good news, heading toward Friday, cooler upper 60s and 70s this Memorial Day weekend. More thunder showers late Sunday and Memorial Day Monday likely. We'll be back right after this break.
By Premier Family of Dealerships. 10 News on WBIR starts now.
Good evening. Thank you for watching 10 News at 5. I'm John Becker.
And I'm Brittany Bailey, and for Robin tonight, we are following several developing stories tonight, but we do want to begin with the severe weather that is set to hit everyone in our area in just a few hours. We're tracking some strong storms across Tennessee and Kentucky tonight. This is a live look at the radar where the storms are popping up across East Tennessee right now.
Already some tornado warnings. One storm just a short time ago fired up, and you can see what we were seeing from this time lapse. That's from one of our live cameras downtown, this recording of those storms rolling across parts of East Tennessee. And Brittany, you've been on the air for the last hour, as have Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell. Again, we saw this first line of storms, but we're worried about more to come.
Absolutely. I know that you all have been so busy in the Weather Center tonight, and we have more to talk about, Todd.
Yeah, you know what? For the last several days, certainly the devastating tornado going back to late Friday night up in Kentucky, but even the last week or so, this has been an active pattern for much of the country from the Plain States eastward. And so we're in this pattern that's still capable of producing severe weather. This pattern's going to be changing over the next couple of days. So that's some good news. But for tonight, we still have an active front that's going to be moving through later this evening. So here's a look at the round one impacts. We did have trees down in Oliver Springs. Look at these. This is at least one, two, at least I see two that obviously are in the foreground here in the main part of the picture. Uprooted trees. The tree ball uprooted there and blown over. We did have power outages reported, matter of fact, in Oliver Springs, specifically around Lookout Avenue. We've had pockets and other sporadic power outages across the region, including in the Powell area in Knox County. So this just gives you an idea of those storms earlier. So where are we going from here? We've got a little bit of a break into early this evening. The second round of potentially impactful damaging winds, and a new line of storms will be moving in this evening. High winds, heavy rain, strong to severe storms all on the table as we go into this evening. From right now through midnight, that's the wind. Again, now we do have a little bit of a break as we go into early this evening, but basically for the rest of this evening up until midnight, we do have a chance for this next round of severe storms moving in. We'll take a look at that timeline coming right up. All modes of severe weather possible, including heavy rain. You need to stay weather alert and enable those weather alerts on your phones. If you've turned them off from recent storms, turn them back on. Highest impact damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. Isolated tornadoes possible though, along with localized flooding and some large hail. There's a look at radar right now. Most of the storms are back to our west and middle Tennessee, but you see the red and yellow boxes. Those are individual severe thunderstorm warnings in yellow and tornado warnings in red. Those impactful storms could be tracking our way, and we'll have much more on that futurecast coming up. Let's get a quick check of traffic, and much more information on those details coming right up. Most of the traffic conditions, thankfully, not too bad, just what you'd expect for a late afternoon Tuesday. That's not too bad. 640 in Broadway, and as we take you out west, 40 Pellissippi Parkway. That's eastbound traffic slowing as it gets closer to Cedar Bluff. Folks just getting off work at 5:04 on this Tuesday. John, Brittany, back to you.
Todd, thank you. And you mentioned those outages in particular, 300 in Roane County without power. That's the result of some downed trees. You can see on the map here, about 400 in Anderson County. Dispatchers say they're working on power lines there. Some 1,800 people, customers at least, in Knox County, and most of those without power in the Powell area.
And we've been talking about this all afternoon. Another round of storms set to move through our area in just a couple of hours. To stay up to date on those latest weather conditions, you can download our 10 News app. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen to go to your app store. Then you can download it for free, and then you'll get access to those very important weather alerts, traffic updates, and of course our interactive radar. Welcome back, everyone. We are under a weather impact alert right now.
And if you've been watching us throughout the afternoon, you know one round moved through. And Todd, you are tracking more storms firing right now, and you're worried about what's to come tonight.
Yeah, exactly. John, Brittany, thank you so much. This first round of storms that moved through early this afternoon, now, it has moved through the Knoxville area. It is still bringing some impactful weather, though. Look at this. It weakened temporarily as it moved just east of Knoxville, but it has fired back up from Rogersville to Greenville down to Morristown. As we just talked about a moment ago, just before we went to break, we've gotten reports of numerous trees down in Hamlin County, 2 miles southeast of Morristown, in the Pine Brook area. So in Morristown, we've had Highway 160 near Morristown has numerous trees down. Rogersville to Greenville, again, take cover. These are very impactful storms. National Weather Service office in Morristown, right where that's Doppler radar. That's the next red, the soccer ball in the sky. That's where the Weather Service office is located in West Hamlin County. They do a great job of keeping us up to date. That's where all the watches and warnings come from for East Tennessee. Here's a look at this severe storm near and just north of Greenville. Destructive winds are possible. Very damaging winds. Considerable damage is possible just north of Greenville. This is some very large hail. So this is going to be, unfortunately, a very impactful storm. Wind damage is likely near and passing just north of Greenville. Again, we talked about this a moment ago, and I'll show you that track. These damaging winds came out of Morristown, near and just south of Mohawk, and near and just north of Greenville. That's some large hail. See the brighter pink colors right here? That could be winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. So again, considerable wind damage is possible in Greenville and Greene County. Certainly move to your safe place. If you're watching this now just past Greenville and through the rest of Greene County, take cover until this storm passes. Here's the last 30 minutes. This is what I wanted to show you. That line of severe storms made its way out of Hamlin County and continuing near Mohawk and Greene County, and now passing real close to the Greenville area. Just north is where some of the most damaging winds are, just north and east of Greenville right now, and that's a look at those severe storms. Now, we've got a little bit of a break. Tell you what, we were talking about a little bit of a break this evening till this next round. We may not have much of a clean break. There's still going to be a chance. Look at these spotty cells redeveloping. Rockwood, Crab Orchard to Wartburg. So a little bit of a break into the early evening. Maybe not a long break, but the new round of storms is expected between 8 p.m. and midnight tonight. Beforehand, maybe a few spotty storms. But here's what we're looking at. This model may be a little slow. So it may be about an hour slow or so. So we could be looking at 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, if not before, the next round of storms moving on the plateau, maybe 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then as we move between 8 and 10 p.m., this line of storms making its way off the plateau into the valley. This is 10 to 11 p.m. Again, damaging winds are possible with this next round of storms moving to this evening. So round one is moving out, a little bit of a break. Round two moving in this evening. Damaging winds, the primary threat. Isolated tornadoes possible. Very heavy rainfall could lead to some flooding. And we're also looking at some large hail still possible. Once this is midnight, maybe a little slow here, maybe in eastern areas by this time. But once we move past midnight, improving conditions, and then we'll be looking at much better weather once we move into our Wednesday tomorrow. So we are tracking. There's some severe storms, tornado warnings in Nashville area right now that we're going to continue to track as they move eastward. This is this line of storms, and you can see the intensity, right? This is 9 p.m., and that's going to be approaching the Cumberland Plateau about maybe 7 to 9 p.m., and then moving into the valley, again, between about 8 to 9 p.m. and midnight, and then after midnight, it will be moving on through. Then we're going to see improving conditions for Wednesday. Looking at another chance for thunder showers late Thursday. Friday looks decent. The weekend, Saturday looks okay. We're probably going to have to ramp up those thunderstorm chances late Sunday into Memorial Day Monday, with temperatures expected to be below average, though, with highs in the 70s. John, Brittany, we'll send it back to you.
Todd, thank you so much. And of course, our weather team will be tracking those storms live as they move into East Tennessee and Kentucky. You can watch live coverage on WBIR Plus on your smart TV, and we'll live stream the radar. And if warnings are issued, our weather team will let you know the latest. You can download, by the way, WBIR Plus on your smart TV and watch it for free.
Coming up. Good evening. Thank you for watching 10 News at 5. I'm John Becker in for Robin Wilhoit this evening. People across Tennessee and the state of Kentucky are watching the weather yet again. This is the severe risk, and you see just how wide that map is. We're going to check in once again with Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe watching this development. Todd, there is a major line that's in the Nashville area right now.
Yeah, we'll get right to that, of course, in a moment. Numerous severe thunderstorm, even some tornado warnings within a couple of those lines coming through west and middle Tennessee right now, particularly the Nashville area. They've had hen egg size hail and destructive winds coming into the Nashville area, and with a lot of frequent lightning. So I'm seeing those reports coming in. Notice what we're seeing right now in the dark brown shade. This is a level 3 enhanced risk out of 5, level 3 out of 5 for much of Kentucky, just about all of Tennessee, and a good portion of Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of Georgia. So here's what we're seeing. We have these numerous strong to severe thunderstorms. The red polygon boxes are tornado warnings. The yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, but severe weather is certainly ongoing from around Jackson and West Tennessee into the Nashville area. So that's what we're looking at right now. And again, some of those storms certainly are packing a punch. Here's what we're looking at, again, a little bit closer view into the Nashville area if you have family and friends there, particularly near and just south of Nashville. These are some pretty impressive storms with large hail and possibility of some rotation. Now, what else we're looking at is tornado watches that have been issued in preparation for this next line that makes its way across the state of Tennessee. So you're seeing that local view right now. Again, tornado watch until 10 p.m. for the Cumberland Plateau. That includes Fentress and Cumberland counties until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The earlier watch until 8 p.m. is for still Hamblin up into Hawkins counties until 8 p.m. That will likely be discontinued shortly as that line of storms is moving out. There's a look at our brief break. Zooming on into our radar, we have another cell that's going to be coming on to the southern plateau. Earlier, Greenville, you had some destructive or very damaging winds, it looks like. Hopefully they weren't destructive, but very damaging winds with 70-mile-per-hour plus winds. We'll bring you the latest damage reports potentially out of Greenville and Greene County coming up. But here's a quick check of our Futurecast timeline. Generally speaking, between about 7 to 8 p.m. and midnight, new storms that could be severe with damaging winds likely rolling through this evening. After midnight, we're looking at improving conditions. John?
Todd, appreciate it. And to stay up with those latest weather conditions, another reminder, you can download our 10 News app. Just scan the QR code. It will take you directly to your app store where you can download it for free and stay up to date with the very latest tweets and alerts from our 10 Weather Impact team tonight. Again, our storm chances, they're on high alert now through the late evening hours. We're talking about the chances for tornadoes, and we want to check in once again with meteorologist Cassie Nall. This is not to make people panic, but just so they're armed with the information to know tonight. Cassie.
Absolutely. This is information people should know all the time, whether we are under an impact alert or not. You got to know where to go when we have a warning issued. And I'm going to say that this graphic says tornado on it, but you should do this if a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area as well. The main thing is we want you as low as possible in your home. If you have a basement, that is the best place to go. If you don't, going to the lowest level of your home, an interior room. We want you to put as many walls between you and the wind as possible. In a severe thunderstorm or a tornado, there can be debris being blown around, moving at very high velocities. And that debris can actually come through walls and through windows. So that's why we want you to put as many barriers between you and the wind as you possibly can. It's not out of the question that it might be a good idea to put on a helmet, put a pair of shoes in that room so that in case you have to run in there in the middle of the night, you have protection and you have your shoes in case something does happen and then you need to exit. You can put games in there for the kids, and you can always take the mobile WBIR app with you so you can watch our coverage and know when it is safe to come back out. But the interior room, lowest level of your home, away from doors and windows. Unfortunately, mobile homes are never a safe place to be during strong storms. So if you do have a friend or family member that you can go hang out with, that would be best. And it's also important to know the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch is issued when conditions are favorable for the development of storms. It means you need to be prepared. They're often issued well in advance of the storms. A warning is when you need to take action. That's when you need to go to that safe place that we just talked about. John?
Cassie, thank you. Up next, one Lady Vol is racking up honors on the softball diamond. Her role this season.
Latest, we're getting a break right now, maybe a short-lived break, a little bit of a small window before new storms move back in this evening. Cassie Nall with me in the Channel 10 Weather Center, and we're both remarking about, we're seeing some breaks in the clouds, a little bit of late afternoon heating recovery. So we're going to talk more about the impacts of that heating coming up in just a moment, but hope you're having a good, safe Tuesday. Matter of fact, let me just switch gears real quick. Yeah, the temperature, actually, I wanted to see what that was because we've been tracking storms, had to take a fresh look at the temperatures. They've recovered. Matter of fact, I believe that is our high temperature for the day. That recovered quickly. We have one round of storms moving through early to mid-afternoon here in the valley. Those have moved on to our east. By the way, we've got numerous reports of damage. And let me go back to radar, and I'll bring you that information as we multitask here. But when I'm talking about the atmosphere is recovered, that means the next wave of storms moving in this evening will have plenty of energy still to be able to work with, unfortunately, and will likely be strong to severe. Let me mention this along the way. Numerous trees and power lines are down across the city of Greenville, and this occurred around 5:10 p.m. Early this evening. Mossheim, trees down on Blue Springs Parkway, and also in Mohawk, trees on power lines. Earlier in Morristown, we had along Highway 160, and in the Pine Brook community, we had numerous trees down in Hamlin County, just southeast of Morristown, and we do have severe weather that is now moving all the way up into the Bristol area. So that's kind of a replay. We've had damage coming in from Roane County, Oliver Springs, and got to adjust the camera just a second. I'll hop out of the way. But there's a look at those storms that are making their way through upper East Tennessee and continuing on the other side of the plateau. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that is continuing for portions of, we'll get that in just a moment. But here's a look at what we're seeing as far as the tornado watch back to our west. Again, we are looking at those strong to severe storms. New line developing across portions of West Tennessee, and these are impressive thunderstorms. See the lightning that's really firing up in western Kentucky and middle Tennessee. This is that next round, that next wave that will start to move our way. I widen out where you see the yellow boxes. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Any red or purple is tornado warnings. We have some of those into the Nashville area right now. Here's a little bit of our break. There's round one. We've got a break right now. Isolated severe storm on the other side of the plateau. And here's a look at our enhanced risk area. This covers most of Tennessee and Kentucky. It's a level 3 out of 5. That means severe storms likely. Main impacts will be damage and winds, isolated tornadoes possible, maybe some large hail, and heavy rain can lead to flooding. So here's a look at our break right now. For about the next maybe couple of hours, we're probably going to see a decent break into early this evening. So if you want to have an early dinner and coming and going, should be okay for that. Strong to severe storms in Bristol, upper East Tennessee moving out. More storms still on the other side of the plateau, and there's the replay. So here's a look at our break for right now, but here's a look at our Futurecast timeline. And I believe it's likely running a little slow. It's probably about an hour slow. This is what it's showing at 8 p.m. I think that's probably going to be 7 p.m. So about 7 to 8 p.m., new storms, next hour to 2 hours moving on to the plateau. And then about that 8 to 9 p.m., moving off the plateau in the Western Valley from 9 to 10 p.m. And about 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., those storms will continue to move in. Very heavy rainfall, flooding possible, isolated tornadoes possible with this line, but the main impact will be damaging winds anywhere within this line, basically early this evening through midnight. Once we get past midnight, those strong to severe storms move off to our east, and we'll see some gradual improving conditions. So again, once we move into early to mid-evening, new wave of storms moves in up until midnight. Once we get past midnight, improving conditions. Cooler and breezy 70s tomorrow. Got upper 60s Friday. Decent start to the weekend. Sunday and Memorial Day Monday, probably looking at more showers and scattered storms. We'll be right back with more 10 News at 5 after this break.
Tennessee and parts of Kentucky already hit by a tornado on Friday.
Yeah, and we are seeing some video right now. This moved through earlier in Powell around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we were seeing sort of a little sunshine peeking out behind the dark clouds. And also, if you looked and saw, you could see the lightning in that video as well. And we do want to see your photos and videos. If you can safely send them to us, you can upload them on the WBIR app on your phone. Now, though, we want to check back in with Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell. And Todd, you've been tracking those storms that are moving in from the west, and they've been doing some serious damage there already.
Franklin, Tennessee, right now just south of Nashville. 3-inch size hail, that's teacup size hail, also 2.75-inch size hail. If you have a baseball anywhere in your house or out in the garage, if you go look at that, that's what they got falling in Franklin right now. Baseball size hail, even larger. Now, the earlier round of storms that we had this afternoon, those have moved out. So we got a break right now, a short window, but new storms will move in this evening. We'll be here throughout the evening, number one, to hopefully keep you safe and updated the best we can. And we'll all get through this together, and then those storms will be moving out of here after midnight. That's the good news up front. Here's round one. Look at what it did in Oliver Springs. Thank you, Marie Carney, for sharing this picture. You can see uprooted trees. So this was the earlier afternoon round. Now we're seeing some breaks in the clouds. Tell you what, impressively, the atmosphere recovered. Those storms moved through quickly, and you know what? Really didn't hit all areas. The northern half of the region got hit more than the southern half of the region. So at the airport, which is just south of Knoxville, about 12 miles in Blount County, 82 degrees, the dew point's the mid-60s. It feels like 84 outside. It's warm and muggy. So look at that, 86 our high today. Yeah, that just coming in. A record high for today's date, 93. The average high, 80. We had 86 today. So you got a lot of heat and energy. That fuel is, the heat is fuel for storms in the atmosphere. So here's a look at our weather impact tonight. Storms are likely. High winds, heavy rain, strong to severe storms likely. All modes of severe weather possible. Damaging winds, isolated tornadoes possible. Very heavy rainfall can lead to some flooding, torrential rainfall, and also some large hail. So between now through midnight, that's our 10 weather impact alert that will continue to be in place tonight. Again, this next second round likely will produce some damaging winds, heavy rainfall particularly, and those two main impacts. And what do you need to do? Stay weather alert. Make sure you have your alerts enabled on your smartphones, your devices. Make sure everything's charged up. If we get a lot of high winds, which we're expecting, we could have more power outages. We had some sporadic power outages earlier this afternoon with round one, which was fairly brief as it moved through. Winds could gust up to 70 miles per hour, a high impact for damaging winds, possible power outages. Again, make sure you have the flashlights and things charged up just in case. Always a good idea. Localized flooding, isolated tornadoes are possible. A little bit of a lower threat there, but they're possible. Have to watch for that and could see some large hail. So here's a look at the replay. Round one has moved out. Boy, look at Nashville. Look at how look at these storms just blossoming. That's the energy in the atmosphere. Where you see yellow polygons, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Where you see red or possibly purple, those are tornado warnings. And where you see the areas shaded in red, this is a larger, broader tornado watch. That means severe weather is possible. Conditions are favorable for severe weather. So the watch means it's possible. A warning, these yellow and red boxes, that means take action. That's always the difference to know between a watch and a warning. Now, here's the thing. Just looking at the Storm Prediction Center, just before coming on, we are going to have a tornado watch issued, an 80% chance likelihood for the rest of East Tennessee. This particular watch for Cumberland and Fentress counties is until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The earlier tornado watch is going to be expiring here shortly. That was because of round one moving out. A flood watch in place until 2 a.m. for southeast Kentucky. So back to radar. Here's our break right now. A new storm coming onto the southern plateau. Here's our timeline. I'm using a different high-res model. I think it's got a better handle on things. But as we move between right now and 8 p.m. over the next couple of hours, a new line of storms with damage winds possible coming on the plateau. Step out of the way so you can see it. This is 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Again, at 8 to 10 p.m. particularly, line of strong to severe storms with damaging winds, very heavy rainfall, maybe isolated tornadoes and large hail. Once we get past midnight, those storms will be exiting out to the east, and then we'll see improving conditions. But we're going to be tracking the storms throughout the evening, right here on air and streaming on 10 Weather Plus, so be sure to follow us there. Once we get past midnight tonight, we'll see improving conditions, breezy and cooler in the 70s tomorrow. More scattered storms possible late Thursday, and again late Sunday and Memorial Day. We'll have to keep an eye on those showers and storms with highs in the 70s. John, Brittany?
All right, Todd, thank you so much.
Coming up tonight on 10 News.